Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats as the parade has begun. I repeat, you are kindly requested to take your seats as the parade has begun. Thank you.
Wilford, Shem. Wilford.
The thing is, what you call this one, they're going to leave, and then people will send you. And yeah, you can even see when the president is when the sun is very hot, Papa, I must take off. I must take off. That one we can watch from my phone.
Oh, it's gonna be nice.
If you go with Hank.
Let's go. We are going to see our We are going to see the town.
Maybe I can get there and let's see.
Oh, you're not married, someone.
You don't know that I'm married.
Chaplain. Then why we have to stop? Stop is for what?
Because I'm happily married. I'm happily married, that's why.
Hey. They're not abusing you at home, so. So you mean like you old child,
You're on the wrong side. Change around.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Cyril Ramaphosa, PS, SM, MMM, MB, a hearty word of welcome to this Armed Forces Day Parade for 2026. The main functionary is the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force. The following military protocol must be observed. The arrival of the President and his entourage will be announced. On the arrival of the President of the Republic of South Africa, all spectators are required to stand and remain standing until completion of the national anthem, the 21-round gun salute, and the flag past, which will be performed by 3 Hawks and 1 Gripen from the South African Air Force. During scripture reading and prayer, all spectators are required to remain seated. Male civilian spectators are required to remove and replace their headdress on the command on and off caps respectively. After scripture reading and prayer, the main functionary will then deliver his keynote address, which will then be followed by the handing over of the South African National Defence Force flag ceremony. During the flag ceremony, all spectators are required to remain seated when the 17-round gun salute is fired, in honor of the handing and taking over of the South African National Defence Force flag. On completion of the ceremony, the march past and mechanized columns will commence. During the march past, all spectators are required to stand when the various color groupings marches past their line of vision. All military spectators are required to salute, and all male civilian spectators are required to pay compliment by removing their headdress. On completion of the march past and mechanized columns,
A mass flag past will be performed by the South African Air Force, after which the final compliment will be awarded to the main functionary. All spectators are required to stand for the playing of the national anthem on completion of the parade. Military spectators are to salute, and all male civilian spectators are required to pay compliment by removing their headdress. After the withdrawal of the podium group, all spectators are required to remain seated until the National Ceremonial Guard has marched off. The brigade commander is Brigadier General L. Zikina, and the brigade warrant officer is Master Chief Warrant Officer N.E. Mchacheni. The Guard of Honor and the band on parade consist of members from the National Ceremonial Guard. The band is under the direction of Major N. Khatebe, and the drum major is Corporal C.C. Joseph. The parade consists of marching columns and mechanized columns from the 4 different arms of services and divisions of the South African National Defence Force. All spectators are required to switch off their cellular telephones and to refrain from smoking for the duration of the parade. On completion of the parade, invited guests, per invitation, are to proceed to the respective venues for refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring our invitation. Your attendance is highly appreciated. We trust that you will enjoy this event with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that due to unforeseen circumstances, the parade has been delayed with an hour. I repeat, due to unforeseen circumstances, the parade has been delayed with an hour. Thank you.
Hey! TV Live, change shot jet. Stand by Tamini Live. Come on. Hamburger. Stand by Jan Live. Nice one, wifey. YB Live. Slow down, pace up.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Withdrawal, PSSM, MMM, a hearty word of welcome to this Armed Forces Day Parade for 2026. The main functionary is the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force. The following military protocol must be observed. The arrival of the President and his entourage will be announced. On the arrival of the President of the Republic of South Africa, all spectators are required to stand and remain standing until completion of the national anthem, the 21-round gun salute, and the fly past, which will be performed by 3 hawks and 1 weapon from the South African Air Force. During scripture reading and prayer, all spectators are required to remain seated. Male civilian spectators are required to remove and replace their headdress on the command on and off caps respectively. After scripture reading and prayer, the main functionary will then deliver his keynote address, which will be followed by the handing over of the South African National Defence Force flag ceremony. During the flag ceremony, all spectators are required to remain seated when the 70-round gun salute is fired in honor of the handing and taking over of the South African National Defence Force flag. On completion of the ceremony, the march past and mechanized columns will commence. During the march past, all spectators are required to stand when the various color groupings marches past their line of vision. All military spectators are required to salute, and all male civilian spectators are required to pay compliment by removing their headdress. On completion of the march past and mechanized columns, a mass fly past will be performed by the South African Air Force, after which the final compliment will be awarded to the main functionary. All spectators are required to stand for the playing of the national anthem on completion of the parade. Military spectators are to salute, and all male civilian spectators are required to pay compliment by removing their headdress. After the withdrawal of the podium group, all spectators are required to remain seated until the National Ceremonial Guard has marched off. The brigade commander is Brigadier General L. Ziqina, and the brigade warrant officer is Master Chief Warrant Officer N.E. Mchacheni. The Guard of Honor and the band on parade consists of members from the National Ceremonial Guard. The band is under the direction of Major N. Khadebe, and the drum major is Corporal C.C. Joseph. The parade consists of marching columns and mechanized columns from the 4 different arms of services and divisions of the South African National Defence Force. All spectators are required to switch off their cellular telephones and to refrain from smoking for the duration of the parade. On completion of the parade, invited guests per invitation are to proceed to the respective venues for refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring our invitation. Your attendance is highly appreciated. We trust that you will enjoy this event with us. Thank you.
Shisla! Shisla! On dit qu'il y a un tout, on tient là tout. On informe à tout.
Zerato?
Where's the Rato?
Zerato is this guy. Opa. Nice to meet you. I'm Nathan. Yeah. We're the ones doing the upgrade for the mounts.
Oh, no. I'm aware of your activities as well.
Carl. Yeah, he works with me.
Good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Brigadier General E.T. Masweu, the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force, is requested to lead us in scripture reading and prayer. Brigadier General E.T. Masweu.
The Commander-in-Chief, the Honorable President of the Republic, Dr. Cyril Ramaphosa, sir, the people of South Africa, the Defence Force community, and all the international guests, and the people of Limpopo, especially Thohoyandou. Dumeleng ke re ho lona dimachilong. Let me firstly acknowledge the different faiths that are with us, requesting that you join me as we pray for this Armed Forces Parade. In the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, God says, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you." May I humbly request that we all rise and have a moment of silence as we honor the men and women who died in service. May we please rise. We will remember them. We will remember them. We will remember them. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. President, the people, Joshua as the leader, for him to be able to fight and defeat the enemies, he knew without any doubt that he needed to give courage to the soldiers he led. He knew that with motivated and well-cared soldiers, you can achieve anything, especially when it comes to the protection of the nation. A nation that understands who or what soldiers are about. They don't criticize them every minute they get. Instead, they encourage them during difficult times and support them when they do their best in executing their military duties. During this Armed Forces Week, Mr. President, soldiers displayed their capabilities and touched many lives of people in the disadvantaged areas in the communities in and around Venda. The best we can do as government and citizens is to ask our soldiers, what do you need from us? What is it that we should do for you so as to be able to continue to protect this beautiful country? Families of the soldiers who are still mourning their loved ones will be pleased to see us celebrating their children, husbands and wives who died in different battles, instead of criticizing and not giving solutions. Those whom we are remembering today, our heroes and heroines, will smile also wherever they are, and they will say, we didn't die in vain, because the lives of those whom we died for are improving daily. People of South Africa, instead of calling us soldiers with all sorts of names, rather pray for them. Join in with the Chaplain General as we pray for the soldiers, giving them strength, courage, giving them hope that all is well because you are supporting them. May I say as I conclude to the soldiers of South Africa, this beautiful nation, do not allow the few challenges to derail you from what God has called you to do, to be the proud and disciplined soldiers, because your God is with you. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for your Lord, your God, is with you. In Psalm 91, verse 9 and 10, it says, if you say, the Lord is my refuge, and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you. Want to urge all the citizens of this country, God has blessed us with the most disciplined, honorable soldiers who dedicate their all. May these armed forces remind us that they too require your prayers and encouragement and support. Let us pray. God bless our defense force. Keep our soldiers, Lord, safe in every deployment they undertake. Bless this, our beautiful nation, South Africa. Bless our government, and may they be the voice and the resource to lift our defense force to greater heights. We pray for peace in this world. We pray that all those who are suffering because of wars be lifted by you. We pray, Lord, for these armed forces, that as we remember the fallen men and women, may their families see today that they didn't die in vain. We will continue with the struggle. And so now, we ask you, Lord, bless Africa. Guard her children, guide her leaders, and give her peace. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
The President of the Republic of South Africa is requested to deliver his keynote address.
Program Director, Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Mr. Angie Mutsecha, Deputy Ministers of Defense and Military Veterans, the Premier of the Limpopo Province, Dr. Popi Ramathuba, the Acting Secretary of Defense, Dr. Thobekile Gamede, Chief of the South African National Defense Force, General Rudzani Mapwanya, the Plenary Defense Staff Council, the Military Command, the Executive Mayor of Bembe District Municipality, and the Mayor of Thulamela Local Municipality, Your Majesties, Bothobele bane baba hone pano, traditional leaders, members of the diplomatic corps and representatives from other countries, men and women in uniform, members of on parade, military veterans, distinguished guests and fellow South Africans. Dimachero, Abshe, Dota Karangamanda, Usika Pano, Thohoyandou, Ngaduva Helinoni, la uthonipa na uhumbula masole awa mbini inena dohamba ngayo. Liduva la buthogwa Helinoni line ra libiza uri ndi Armed Forces Day. Rilibuanga manda or Minister wa Defense and Military Veterans, nabane bashuma nabo bazi General, botenda uri duva Helinoni, lido farwangeno Thohoyandou, Bembe District ngeno Limpopo. Mwana ngwa, reita richiana kazimwe zi province, uri bathu bahashu khazi province zezo bakone ubona mishumo yabudi ine yaitiwa nga masole ashu. Rialibuwa heli duba losika ngeno Thohoyandou, khari bavandele zwanda ribalibuwe. We are gathered here in Bembe District to honor our men and women in uniform, the patriotic soldiers, the sailors and airmen and women who for 32 years have stood in defense of our democracy, our country, and our people. Our armed forces reflect the diversity of the people of South Africa, a people of different identities and varied origins, united in our shared nationhood and common purpose. We are united in advancing the values of our democratic constitution and in safeguarding the fundamental rights of our country's people. Armed Forces Day is held on at this time of the year to remember the members of the Native Labor Corps who lost their lives in the sinking of the SS Mendi on the 21st of February 1917 during the First World War. The SS Mendi was a British troop ship carrying members of the South African Native Labor Corps, all of them black soldiers. They were being taken to France during World War I. And in the early hours of the 21st of February 1917, the ship was struck in dense fog in the English Channel and sank within about 25 minutes. The fog was so dense that ships could not see each other. Earlier, when I was meant to arrive here in Thohoyandou, the helicopter that was ferrying me and my team could not land because there was too much fog here, and we had to turn back to Makado and drove down. So our apologies for the late start. Fog does create darkness, and it was on the 21st of February that the ship could not see each other. The Mendi was en route from Cape Town to France. At around 5 a.m. in thick fog, it was struck by the British cargo ship SS Darrow. The collision tore a large hole in the Mendi's hull, and the ship quickly began to sink. Now, despite the chaos, the survivors, who were all from South Africa, later testified to extraordinary calm and dignity amongst the men. In total, about 646 people died, including the crew. Most of the men, as I said, were from South Africa. They were from the rural communities across our country, and some of them would have come from here in Limpopo as well. They had volunteered to serve, though they were not permitted to bear arms like our soldiers today are bearing arms. They were not permitted to bear arms because of the racial policies of the time. One of the most powerful stories associated with the tragedy involves Reverend Isaac Wokop Jopa, who reportedly urged the men to remain calm as the ship was sinking. He said they must remain calm and face death with dignity. According to survivor accounts, the men performed what they called a final death drill, stamping their feet and chanting as the ship went down, symbolizing courage and unity. The symbolism of disciplined bravery has become central to the legacy of the Mendi. That is the symbolism that we today have in our defense force, in our soldiers, those who serve in the army, who serve in the Navy, who serve in the Air Force, and who serve in the medical corps. What we see is absolute discipline and courage, like the courage that was displayed by those 646 men who sang and remained calm even in the face of death, as they knew that they were going to die. They sang and they were encouraged by Reverend Wokop. The sinking reflects the contradictions of the time. Black South Africans volunteered to support the British war effort. They were denied combat roles. In other words, they were denied to bear arms and to go into war. And they were denied equal military status. After the war, they received little recognition compared to white soldiers who came from our country. Some of them were given bicycles. White soldiers were given farms. That led to the great divide between black and white in our country. The tragedy became a powerful symbol of sacrifice without citizenship, loyalty without equality, courage in the face of structural injustice. For a country like South Africa, which is still grappling with historical memory and social cohesion, the Mendi stands as a key moral landmark, a historical monument. And that is why we celebrate and commemorate this day. The men are commemorated at the Delville Wood Memorial in France and through various memorials in South Africa. I did go to the Delville Memorial some years ago to commemorate the men who died in the SS Mendi. Now we need to ask ourselves, why does the SS Mendi matter? For South Africa's broader story of nationhood, it talks about what we define as heroism. It talks about African contributions to the global history. It symbolizes dignity even under oppression. And given the opposition by some in our country to commemorate this day, we need to ask ourselves, how does a society or a nation properly recognize sacrifice when recognition was historically denied? Many other countries in the world commemorate the passing of their soldiers, because soldiers are the only people in the whole nation who are prepared to lay down their lives in defense of the nation, in defense of our democracy and constitution. They take an oath that they are prepared to die so that all of us can live. We therefore need to pay respect and recognition to those men and women who separate themselves from us and say, we are prepared to die so that all of you can live. The tragedy of SS Mendi reminds us of the importance of unity and solidarity, that despite great peril and danger, those brave soldiers stood together as they faced their fate, a fate that they knew, the fate of immediate death. Their courage and spirit continues to inspire today, and it continues to inspire the men and women in uniform that we see amongst us today. As they will march past here, as we look at them, we must look at them with respect and know that these men and women don't just wear the uniform to look pretty or beautiful. They wear the uniform as a badge of loyalty, a badge of solidarity with all of us. They have elevated themselves above all of us. Armed Forces Day honors all our soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice while serving the Republic outside our borders and in internal operations. This day is a tribute to the courage of those who wear uniform, and we bow our heads in memory of those who never returned from that dangerous horizon. We extend our deepest sympathies to the families and comrades of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. There is no better sacrifice that anyone can make than to lay down one's life for other people. To those who continue to serve, your sacrifices, your bravery and commitment are deeply valued by all of us, a grateful nation. We are all aware of the recent heavy rains, the devastating floods, the loss of life and the damage to infrastructure in this province and not far away from where we are, and in Mpumalanga and beyond as well, and in KZN and in some parts of the Free State. The South African National Defence Force brought its expertise to assist in the relief efforts and operations, working together with local and provincial authorities, deploying engineers to support disaster management, to repair roads and bridges, to purify water and erect temporary structures for those who were affected. The Premier of this province and other premiers were leading from the front and led to a point of even going to the doors of Treasury to get the necessary funding for reconstruction and to bring relief to our people. This recovery effort extended also to our neighboring country, Mozambique, where the SANDF rescued citizens from raging floodwaters. I extend a special word of thanks, yes, to our premiers, provincial agencies, and local authorities who have been on the ground in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Mozambique since the start of the devastation. As a demonstration of its developmental capabilities, the SANDF has been active in communities in this province as part of Armed Forces Day program. During this period, leading up to this day, the South African Military Health Services project called Owethu provided health services to rural communities in Sekhukhune, in Waterberg, and in the Bembe district. These services have covered medical care, mental health, ophthalmology, oral health, and orthopedic care as well. Over the past week alone, more than 85 cataract procedures were conducted at Elim Hospital, not far from here, restoring sight to many elderly patients. As a person who had a cataract procedure and can now see very clearly without spectacles, I can testify to the very good work that the South African Medical Services Corps is doing. Furthermore, the SANDF has given itself time to visit schools to instill the values of patriotism, sharing with learners the importance of national symbols, the national anthem, and nationhood, and explaining to them the coat of arms and what our coat of arms means in the nation-building process. There is also a special program to introduce the SANDF to young people and the general public, showcasing the exciting careers available in the Defense Force. Our Defense Force has a lot of training and logistical careers, and they are a disciplined force that is able to inculcate discipline amongst young people. It is a real-time simulation of the South African National Defense Force's ability to mobilize personnel and equipment across the country, modeling various threat scenarios in defense of our territorial integrity as South Africa. We began as a day of mourning, but this has evolved into a display of military capability and national pride. To our men and women in uniform, each one of you has picked up the spear of our fallen heroes and heroines. You are the shield that ensures that our people know lasting peace, security, and stability. You stand on the shoulders of giants and giant warriors like King Makado, the Lion of the North, and King Thohoyandou, whose leadership shaped our destiny, and of the soldiers who refused to betray the cause of freedom at the Battle of Mutare River. You stand with giants like King Shaka, Kechwayo, many others who stood firm in defense of our nation. Their legacy is mirrored in the resolve of the modern South African Defense Force. The members of the SANDF serve in an era of great geopolitical tension. Our country remains steadfast in our policy of non-alignment. We refuse to be drawn into the spheres of influence of competing global powers. We assert our strategic autonomy and sovereignty as a nation, and we conduct all our operations under the strict civilian oversight and in absolute adherence to international humanitarian law. We are called upon to adapt to new realities. There has been a shift on the battlefield from traditional weaponry to high-tech, autonomous and unmanned systems such as drones, digital warfare, and the use of artificial intelligence. These changes require a South African National Defense Force that is responsive, relevant, and agile. Our military is having to adapt at a time when public resources are constrained. Given the critical importance of the SANDF to our security, our sovereignty and development. Additional resources have been allocated from the budget, and we will continue to allocate the necessary and more resources to equip the South African National Defence Force so that it is able to execute its task to defend the people of South Africa. Now, this is a targeted intervention to close the funding gaps. We do concede that over the years, the funding for the SANDF has been tapering down, and we've been seeking to close the gap in other areas. And now it can no longer continue. We must now reposition our South African National Defence Force to make it stronger so that it is well equipped. We want to improve efficiencies and ensure operational ambitions are matched by our resources. Now, having assessed our current priorities, I have decided to draw down our participation as a troop contributing country in the United Nations Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, known as MINUSCO. This will be done in a phased and well-orchestrated manner to ensure the safe return of our troops and their equipment. As we withdraw from that theater, we pledge our continued support to our continent. Our continental peace and security initiatives under the United Nations, under the African Union, and under SADC. We are also mindful of the internal threats to security and the safety of our people. I have authorized the deployment of the SANDF elements to support the South African Police Service in a targeted offensive against brazen criminality, illegal mining, and the ruthless gangs that continue to wreak havoc amongst our communities. From the Cape Flats to Gauteng, our message is clear. The rule of law will be enforced, and the safety of our citizens will be ensured. Even in the Eastern Cape, in the northern areas, we will make sure that we root out the gangs. We will make sure that we root out those who have sought to capture our police and weaken it. This deployment is a shield for the vulnerable, so that a child in Nyanga, in El Dorado Park, or New Brighton, or in the northern areas in Port Elizabeth, can walk to school without the shadow of a bullet haunting their steps. To the young people present here today and watching across the country, I invite you to see the South African National Defence Force as a career and as a calling. We need your capabilities. Your country needs you in medicine, in technology, in strategy, and many other disciplines. Join the South African National Defence Force for the love of your country. By serving your people, you build your own future and you contribute to a better nation. To our soldiers, continue to fly our flag high on all missions. Continue to guard our borders and to build the bridges that connect our communities. You have become known as the best bridge builders in the nation. As you go around the country, people know that the South African National Defence Force does not only wear uniform, it wears overalls to build bridges, and we thank you for that. You remind us that through our collective resolve as a nation, we are able to rise above any challenge that we might face. May the memory of SS Mendy and all those who served our country inspire us to work towards a brighter future for South Africa and her people. And to all members of our armed forces, ndirindialivua ndikolivuwa ngamanda kha mushumo une waitiwa na udinekedzera na ndila heino ni yavudi roda pano Thohoyandou rikusumbedza uri masole ashu ana vukoni akotosumbedza vathu vothe uri vadoritshireledza vadoritikedza nga tshifhinga tshoṱhe. Namusi vathu va ngeno Thohoyandou na vhaṅwe vhanzhi vho zwi vhona kha TV na zwino ri ḓo vha vhona vha tshi khou matsha hafhanoni. Ri ḓo vhona uri ngongo ndi masole a vhukoni. Zwine zwa tou ntakadza na u fhira ndi u vhona havha vha vhafumakadzi, havha vha vhasidzana vha tshi ḓo fhira henefha vho fara zwigidi zwihulu vha tshi khou sumbedza uri naho ha itea mini vhone vho ḓinekedza uri vha ḓo ri tsireledza. A huna tshine tsha nga takadza muthu u fana na u tsireledzwa nga muthu wa mufumakadzi o fara tshigidi. Ndi zwithu zwavhuḓi nga maanḓa. Ndi ri munna muṅwe na muṅwe hafhanoni a songo vhuya delela vhafumakadzi vhane vha vha kha South African National Defence Force. Nahone arali wa vhuya wa imisa tshanḓa wa dia mufumakadzi ane a vha kha SANDF, u ḓo vhaisa nga maanḓa. U ḓo vhaisa nga maanḓa. Ndi na mpama ya hone i ḓo vhea fhasi. Ri a livhuwa vhathu vho ḓa nga u ḓala nga u rali. Namusi ndi ḓuvha ḽavhuḓi ngeno Thohoyandou, ngeno Vhembe. Ri livhuwe muprimiya washu na dzimeya dzashu na vho Thovhela vhane vha vha hone uri vho ri tendela uri ri dzhene hafhanoni muvhunduni wavho ri ḓo ita hoyu mushumo wavhuḓi wa u takadza. Ndaa.
The handing over of the South African National Defence Force flag will now commence. Please take note that during the flag ceremony, there will be a general salute, including a 17-round gun salute. All spectators are required to remain seated. Only the guard will acknowledge the salute. The Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General R. Mapianya, is requested to join the flag ceremony. The Chief of the South African Army, Lieutenant General L.K. Mbata, will now hand over the flag to the Chief of the South African Air Force Defence Force, General R. Mapianya. Upon the commemoration of the establishment of the South African National Defence Force, the South African National Defence Force flag is handed from the Chief of the South African Army to the Chief of the South African Air Force on this 21st day of February 2026. Whereas the Chief of the South African Air Force will have the flag in safekeeping for a period of 1 year, on behalf of the services as a symbol of the unity, determination, and strength of the South African National Defence Force, the title, Keeper of the Flag, is bestowed upon you. In this capacity, you are hereby charged to ensure that the South African National Defence Force flag is unfurled and displayed in the appropriate manner at the South African Air Force headquarters. The flag, being the symbol of unity, determination, and strength of the South African National Defence Force, is to be treated with respect at all times. During the next commemoration of Armed Forces Day, you are to present the flag in an appropriate manner to the next appointed Keeper of the Flag. The Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General R. Mapianya, is now requested to hand over the flag to the Chief of the South African Air Force, Lieutenant General W.S. Mbambo.
Up. Close. March.
The exchange of the scroll will now commence.
Officers, left and right. 10, 1, 1. Quick march. Up. Jump. Quick march. Halt. Officers, left. Check. Generals, salute. Attention. Generals, one step left. March.
The compliments to the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General R. Mapianya, will now commence. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the flag ceremony. The Chief of the South African National Defence Force is requested to rejoin the podium group. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Ceremonial Guard will now withdraw, allowing the marching columns and mechanized columns from the 4 different arms of services and divisions of the South African National Defence Force to commence with the march past. Ladies and gentlemen, approaching from west to east, in other words, from your left, are the marching columns from the 4 arms of services of the South African National Defence Force, namely the South African Army, the South African Air Force, the South African Navy, and the South African Military Health Service. Spectators are reminded to stand when the various color groupings marches past their line of vision. All military spectators are required to salute, and all male civilian spectators are required to pay compliment by removing their headdress.
Battalion, eyes front. Apa dulu percaya dalam apa dulu salud guys. Terus.
Ladies and gentlemen, approaching from southeast, in other words, from the north, our northeast colors, display the capabilities of the South African National Police Force.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to introduce to you the Pride of Lions, the South African Army. Following is the South African Army Infantry, which is regarded as the core component of the land-borne defense capability. Featuring the mechanized infantry capability, the South African Army's mechanized infantry capability is built around the remarkable infantry fighting vehicle, Chaplain, primarily serving with one and 10 South African infantry battalions. It covers high-speed, protected combat and firepower. The mechanized columns and grounded platforms presenting mechanized infantry capability, ladies and gentlemen, is led by the Office Commanding the 10th South African Infantry Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel P. Joseph, which is situated in Appington in the Northern Cape Province of our country, featuring an Arado 12-7 command vehicle with a one-man turret for crew and rescue protection. Following, ladies and gentlemen, featuring the South African Army Specialized Infantry is the equestrian capability. The equestrian capability, ladies and gentlemen, is horses from both particularly the champion of various areas of our borders. These army infantry units enhance this ability and mobility, providing a high stealthy, high advantage and effective controlling capability. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with the horizontal capability, armed infantry also comes South African Army Specialized capability is to enhance mobility, particularly for border protection as well as for rapid deployment by utilizing motorcycles supporting rapid, critical and remote terrain. Chaplain, ladies and gentlemen, coming in view are vehicles from Paramount Land Systems participating in the mechanized parade. It is the Martha Short will replace new generation level 1 protection light audio vehicle with a main armament of 12.7mm heavy machine guns or 40mm. Also alongside it, ladies and gentlemen, is the Martha long wheelbase, the new generation level 1 protection light audio vehicle with increased capacity and capability. The maximum speed of this vehicle is 100 kilometers per hour and the main armament is 12.7mm heavy machine guns or 40mm automatic grenade launchers. Subsequently, ladies and gentlemen, is the motorized infantry capability. The South African Army's motorized infantry forms a key component of the infantry formation, utilizing armored personnel carriers like the thrusters, Angas, and sample trucks for rapid troop deployment and mobility. And here, ladies and gentlemen, are the typical thruster APC vehicles. These are the capabilities with which the South African Army is able to protect and consolidate all the range around land on the battlefield, while making sure that not only can they fight to win the ground, but also to maintain the ground and win the ground that was lost. The different cluster areas are the manned and section platforms that are fitted with 7.62mm machine guns, and this capability are used with internal as well as external operations. Ladies and gentlemen, from Twitter Services and Logistics Africa, the Twitter Nyani 4x4 mine and ballistic protected infantry fighting vehicle. Designed and qualified for the African battle space, the Nyani infantry fighting vehicle can be fitted with a wide range of weapon systems, including a fighting platform for counterinsurgency, infantry, and special forces operations. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of mechanized infantry, the leaders of the Army Infantry Formation is the Article 20, which consists of the human turret armed with a 20mm 25 gun, describing the mechanized infantry fighting vehicle, which is also the cluster wheelbase of the mechanized infantry. Ladies and gentlemen, is the support vehicles, which includes the Article 16 for the 60mm M2 pitch loaded mortar system to provide indirect fire and coaxial 7.62mm grounding machine gun in a direct row armed with in a 2-man turret, and it is a mechanized infantry fighting vehicle. Subsequently, following, ladies and gentlemen, is the Article 81. The Article 81 is an indirect fire support variant of the infantry fighting vehicles fitted with a 1mm mortar inside the wheel compartment. This configuration provided mechanized infantry units with mobile indirect fire support, providing armored protection with increased battlefield versatility. Following, ladies and gentlemen, is the mechanized infantry and tank capability Also from Paramount Land Systems, a new generation 8x18 vehicle. With a capacity of 11 members per crew, and main armament is a 47mm cannon or 30mm cannon. Secondary armament, ladies and gentlemen, is a 7.62mm machine gun. Following the Paramount Land Systems, ladies and gentlemen, is the South African Army Armored War capability. The South African Armored War, based in Kennedy, global aim is a key professional component of the South African National Defence Force, providing high quality, high firepower, and armored capabilities. It operates the Royal Armed 8 Battle Tank and the Royal Armed Cloud Training Center School of Armor, and the Boys Armored Third Group, the Steel Group. The armored vehicles engagement is presented by the South African Army Armored War, which is 76mm armored the Royal Armed Cloud, which provides high quality, high firepower, responsible for either advanced heavy artillery and destroy hot and warm towers and east of the Western right there.
Whatever numbers and as far as the resources that are get to be sent there, they feed the mission. So that is why planning, it's important. There's nothing that we do without planning as well, because it speaks to resources, the numbers, and the logistics.
Well, somebody sitting at home would ask, what are you talking about when you say we don't have resources? But what is a fact is that we do have challenges within the South African National Defence Force. We do have challenges of aging equipment. We do have challenges of equipment that's not been able to be serviced. And also, when we have the deployment of our troops to these key strategic areas, whether it's assistance to peacekeeping operations, they need to have the proper support in order for them to be able to carry out their mission.
And definitely, and I think another question is very difficult to decide how much is enough.
Right?
You know, I don't think any of us could say, I still need more. You know, I need a little bit of everything that I can ever get. But now, in our construct and design, we have this concept where we get to do with what we have. But when you speak about aging, if we were to take the floods for interest sake, you know, if we had more, we could have more helicopters. Have more helicopters, then you can get to more areas, you can get to more people as well. So this is what we're talking about as well. Yes, exactly my point. So we could do with more. I mean, we could do with more. Compared to most armed forces, are we where we're supposed to be? Definitely not, but we can hold our own, and we are doing the most with what we have, just to ensure that we're responsible, savers, and then all that stuff. So we're doing that exactly.
Right. And the Battalion Multiple Rocket Launchers for National Defense. It is responsible for both regular and reserve units, focusing on indirect fire support and target destruction. Also known as the gunners, ladies and gentlemen, in front is the commander in a Russell.
So these guys will be from your gunnery, you know. So they assist. It's a fire support, indirect and whatever. So that is what I'm saying. You know, with the type of equipment that you have, you stand a better chance to either defend or for you to be able to do that. Even if you can see, you know, people are dropping mortars, rockets, and all that stuff. So having a variety of weapons in as far as you doing, then you are able to do that as well. So your chances of actually being able to win your war or have a successful operation to a degree, then it's very important as well.
That are the first of the firing capability from the artillery. Subsequently, ladies and gentlemen, the airborne air-landed as well as motorized, depending on what is required from them. The 120.
All right. We still have the
also called the Cobra.
mechanized infantry.
Yes, and this is just only the SA Army. We are just dealing with the SA Army. So in terms of size, the SA Army would actually have more, and so because the land was defense. So we're just talking about the SA Army. The Air Force is still coming, and maybe because of distance and locality, geographical location, you'll have a little bit of the Navy, you know. But
okay.
Yeah. So,
no, but I think we will have a showcase of that as well.
Yeah, but
a little bit.
A little bit. If we were just maybe at your coastal towns, then
it would be something else.
Then it would be easy because there's an element of transportation. How would you move this, which also speaks to coordination and strategic lift, because they are coming from all over the face of the country for us to be able to actually move them to be here.
All right, if you've just joined us, we're live at the 2026 commemoration of Armed Forces Day here in South Africa. I'm not by myself. I am joined, of course, who's been on commentary with me, is Captain Theo Mabine, who's been with me for a couple of hours now, just talking us through, what we're seeing and the importance, I guess, of not just the importance of showcasing our military capability, but of course why all of this is important. Armed Forces Day, you would know, having been implemented, on several objectives, if I may, which would be a call on all South Africans to unite behind our military, and basically the SANDF to interact with communities, and for them to have, the public to have an understanding of the role the military has and its purpose to society, which was spoken about quite extensively, certainly, and to showcase the latest military equipment and technologies that are used to protect us as a nation.
Definitely. So as you can see, there are some of the multiple rocket launchers as well. And then as part of the capability, you might even have, your air defense capability, where you are able to protect the troops on the ground from air threats as well. So we are here. The essence of today, it is simply that, Griselda, to say the South African public, here is, your military, and then you get to see a bit of those visuals where you see some of the equipment that we are actually using as prime equipment in the execution of our work or a job, which is to defend the Republic, because that's exactly what we are here for. So days like this, I mean, they afford the public that opportunity where people can see. And then even in our planning as well, we also go to those places where a little bit of exposure might be low, or people might not have readily access to this as well. And I hope that's exactly what we are doing today.
Maybe just clarify for me, and in fact, what I love about public broadcasting is that while I'm on air, I have quite a number of people who are sending me messages on my cell phone, and they're asking me to explain what mine in military terms means. Someone tells me that it means bomb. It's an area where the enemy is placed bombs on the ground, and a vehicle can withstand those bombs. Are they right? Are they
that's one thing about live TV. Okay. I don't know whether I should prefer pre-recorded and say, can you come again? What's that question again? Right. Okay. So I think in a nutshell, just in an overall.
So mine in military terms means bomb?
So mines can be, yes, it could be those explosives that you hide maybe underneath. So they're also sea mines. So they're just underneath the surface, so you wouldn't even know. So they can mine them, the explosives just in the ground. So I mean, when your troops is actually walking there, the explosion, just imagine the impact, what it could do to a body. But if you have such vehicles that would go just to be able to open a path, especially especially if you are in an area where you think it's mined, then you'll be able to...
So mine in military terms would mean that then?
That, in a nutshell, that would be that. You know, say you're just explosives that are hidden underground or even just underneath, you know, the surface, even at sea as well, because there are also, you know, sea mines as well. Yeah.
I think I had about 2 people who wanted clarity on that. So we really do appreciate you here on the platform. Of course, Captain Theo Mabina, who's been joining us from the South African Navy, who's been joining us for commentary, of course, on this Armed Forces Commemoration Day 2026. Still, some of the mechanized infantry,
the South African Army Air Defence Artillery,
the South African Army and its artillery, that is what is you're seeing on your television screens at the moment.
Tasked with preparing, providing and sustaining combat-ready capabilities to counter low-level threats and in coordination with the South African Air Force. First is the Gecko carrying a 7.62mm machine gun with a Starstreak missile.
You know what, if you can listen to the commentator as well, he's speaking about the coordination level that I spoke about as well. So you see a unit of the army which is for air defense, you know, air defense capability, just to be able to protect, you know, the troop or the ground forces from some of the aerial threats that could be, you know, low-lying and all that, but it is done as well in coordination with the South African Air Force, because I spoke about the domains overlapping, hybrid, multi-domain. So you're fighting a war from space at the same time while you're on land, and as well you could even add your cyber domains and all this stuff. And also what is important, there's a domain in our context that is called information domain as well, where information as well, this is where you've seen propaganda being peddled as well, because then it affects the psychological effect of your enemies, then affecting their decision making. So there are so many layers to this environment that you get to operate in, and the complexity thereof. So that is why, you know, having some sort of an equipment that could just actually make things easier or give you better chances to have a picture in as far as whatever it is that you need to be doing. So yeah, so that's exactly that.
Still have a display here of our mechanized infantry, the South African Army now on display. This is quite a long. You did warn me. This one was going to be quite. You warned me. This one was going to be quite long.
But like I warned you, Griselda, and you must remember that also the capability is done in relation to the size. So the army will be responsible for the biggest chunk of what makes up the South African National Defence Force. So this is
just very quickly, Captain. They turn every time they reach the president.
Also coming in new
yeah, that's a sign of...
It is salute, actually.
Salute.
So they are giving their salute. So when you have a particular... Because they are manning a weapon, that is a salute. Remember, everybody, when they are just closer to the president...
I'm hoping our cameras would be able to catch that.
Yes.
At that exact point, if our colleagues would be able to just see that once you have one of these... mechanized, you will see them turn.
You see the guys on top, then
take a look at what's on our screen at the moment. I think that's what's going to be on.
You would see the one on top, they would actually give a salute. So when they get closer to the president, they are paying that proper marks of respect. You know, we talked about, you know, displaying honor and expression. So when they turn, actually what is happening, it is then now giving the salute to the president as well. There's the president.
Developed a supporting capability of the light mobile air defense system for an agile firepower option for special operations.
All right.
Subsequently, ladies and gentlemen,
as the president still stands, while all of this is on display, of course.
Exactly that. Maybe it's his response to the salute that he's been given as the mechanized columns are just passing by. This is still just the South African Army. We're still by one arm of service, which is the South African Army. So when they pass, the ones that are having the hands free, they're actually giving a salute, and the guys that were manning some of them, the guns, they just turned as a sign of salute to the president.
Well, there he is, the president taking his phone out and taking some pictures. It looks like he's taking pictures of what is happening.
I mean, this is the capability that we're displaying to the commander-in-chief.
Right.
That's exactly that.
And of course, behind the president on the podium there would be the chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Rudzani Mapwanya. As in would be the order of proceedings, both stand while we have this display of the mechanized infantry. This is still, of course, the South African Army that you are seeing on your screens at the moment.
Definitely, Criselda, this is still the one arm of the South African National Defence Force, the landward defence. That's what the South African Army is responsible for. And this is some of those mechanized, prime equipment that assist them in the execution of their task as well. Like I said, I told you that it's going to be quite a while, as you can see the capability, but we still want more. We still need more. And then as well, sometimes it's just to replace or to modernize some of the equipment as well. So those are the brown thing, that will be your camo netting as well. So that camo net, obviously if you were operating maybe in a bush or so, maybe for visibility as well, because there's an element where you want to hide. You don't want your enemy to see you.
Yes.
Because if they see you, sometimes they can prepare better for you. So then element of surprise, that's what goes as well with, as well. But as well for display as well, they actually complement the vehicles very nice as well. So in the context of military, there's this thing about reconnaissance, because if your enemy detects you, they can have information, they can know your location, they can know your movements, so they are able to preempt as well, and then whatever. So it's very important as well, to extent possible, that you would prefer to detect your enemy before you are actually detected. And it's also true even in the sense of the Navy, for that interest sake, when you're at sea. It's all about the detection as well, because when people have information, they're able to plan better, and then they can also have precision, operations, whatever, in response to whatever it is that they're dealing with you. So yeah, that's just that.
All right, thank you very much to Colonel Theo Mabina, who's been joining us for our special coverage here on SABC News on this Armed Forces Day 2026. In case you might be wondering what all of this is about, Armed Forces Day being commemorated annually on the 21st of February to commemorate the sinking of the SS Mendi on this day in 1917. It's deemed one of South Africa's worst tragedies of the First World War, in which the death of 646 troops, all belonging to the South African Native Labour Corps, had basically died. And you would know that this day, Armed Forces Day, made official back in 2012, taking place at this time in Thohoyandou. This is in Limpopo. The president a bit earlier on participating in a wreath-laying ceremony, and this was of course to salute those fallen soldiers of 1917. You'll also recall, I mean, this is not the only place where they are commemorated. The president did speak about in Paris, you have the Dalvaux Memorial. The Dalvaux Memorial, also where these soldiers are being honored. That is in Paris. And here, of course, is where this commemoration is taking place today. A bit earlier on, that wreath-laying ceremony, where my colleague Koketso Mutau was. And that is, of course, part of what is part of where the proceedings started this morning for us. And of course, these are all arms of service of the SANDF, taking salute from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And this, of course, including multi-aircraft bypass and the South African, well, in fact, by the South African Air Force.
So what we're just seeing, or what we just saw now, this will be a component of the South African engineering formation. So their main task would be to assist with mobility. You know, they can build bridges, they can do that just to clear up a way, you know, just for the ground forces to be able to, you know, to be able to move and have that mobility. And Criselda, you're right. You know, in as far as the commemoration of SS Mendi, there are institutions in South Africa that are responsible, you know, the custodians of that heritage as well. There is a site in New Brighton, Quebec as well. I know there's a memorial as well as by UCT, you know, and then there's one, I think, in Atteridgeville as well. Yeah, because, you know, there are those. I mean, for us, just for this day to coincide with it, you know, it means a lot as well. So this is a part of your engineering as we speak, just there to make sure that they help with mobility and then just to clear the way. And I think I'm about to say, for this Armed Forces Day 2026 in Thohoyandou, I think that concludes, or should conclude, just the capability of,
this would be the mechanized.
Yes, of the South African Army.
Oh, all right. Yes. And if we look at the order of proceedings, once we are, in fact, I don't think so. There seems to be more coming from the back.
Ladies and gentlemen, marks the conclusion.
So now, remember Army. So you still have the Air Force, you still have the Navy, and you still have the military health services. So what's happening now, it's actually the military police that are also coming. So this will be the military police now that you're going to see, I mean, in your side.
Gentlemen, this is the military police. As we all know that the military police capability is one of combat support services during all operations of the South African National Defence Force. What appears from the left are two Camel motorbikes that are used during patrols and escorts at operations. They are Camel motorcycles.
All right, what you are seing on your screen now is, I think just right at the back there is the military police.
And also utilized
the military police, and
it can be also in the field. Behind them are two pickup trucks.
Let's talk about the military police and their responsibility.
Of the military police.
You know, one thing about the South African National Defence Force is we have everything, you know, so we have everything. And as far as the professions that you can get, we have our own military professionals, we have our own lawyers where you can be tried internally. So as well, we have our own military police. So if I were to get into trouble, God forbid, you know, so the arrest as a member of the South African National Defence Force will actually be infected by the military police.
Let's hope that never gets to happen. Hey, Captain.
Good afternoon, ladies and
Definitely.
We'll now observe a display
All
of
right.
the South African Navy's small boat capability.
The South African
designed for rapid response,
Navy's
maritime security,
mechanized
and
infantry.
operational reach across our rivers, harbours, and coastal waters.
And I mean, the protection of our coasts, the protection of our waters is one of, I think, the key issues to ensuring peace and security within our country. It's not just, when we often talk, we speak about the threats on land, but we never talk about the threat at sea.
And that's true, because in as far as, the border is concerned, there is a maritime border, which the South African Navy is responsible for. And the maritime border is as important as the land one, because most of the economic activities, they actually happen via sea. A lot of transportations and goods and then all that. So most of the few boats that you get to see, they belong to the Maritime Reaction Squadron, and necessarily as well, they'll be used to be patrolling around the harbor. As you can see, this is a harbor patrol, it will be patrolling around the harbor. So the maritime border as well is as important, because a lot of illicit activities could be happening there, illegal fishing, it's easier to move goods. Exactly.
Of drugs, the smuggling of...
Exactly. And it is also actually, it's actually easier to move a lot of goods via the sea as opposed to land at some point, because even the majority of our economic activities that would actually be by sea. And South Africa, by way it's a strategic. When there was a war, then a lot of, shipping routes, then they just go via us to get from Indian Ocean to Atlantic. We are a very strategic nation as well. So you could say we're a maritime nation as well. So it's very important that the South African National Defence Force is able to protect the border, whether land or maritime, or even the airspace as well, so that we feel and are protected in all ways.
So it's not just protection at land, at sea, at our key ports is where you would find some of this equipment, not necessarily stationed there, but that will be the intervention should we find ourselves at threat there.
Yes, and again, because of the resources and the stretch thereof, because we're talking about kilometers and kilometers of border that we need to protect as well. So things like technology, where you come with, radars as well, they can help you, for you to be able to know exactly where to divert or to send your resources as you respond to that as well. So that is why when we talk about South African National Defence Force is made up of four, on a bigger scale, 4 services. The importance of the coordination, the overlapping, when you talk about the airspace, when you talk about the land, when you talk about the maritime as well. So that coordination, it cannot be overemphasized. That's why we operate in jointness.
And when I was speaking, you would recall, to the Deputy Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, General Bantu Holomisa, a bit earlier on. Of course, speaking about, it's not just about the commemoration of the SS Mendi. On a day like this, that we also reflect, formed in 1994, the South African National Defence Force, replacing what was then, the apartheid era South African Defence Force, and basically incorporating soldiers from Umkhonto Wesizwe, ABLA from the PAC, the self-protection units of the IFP, as well as forces from the former homelands. So every time there's a reflection or a commemoration of this particular nature, we also just very quickly bring us into what we're seeing now.
So now you saw everybody on the ground. So the Air Force can be here, they're up there. So now, this is your capability of the Air Force. They're going to do formation. The first one was the helicopter. So we are still going to see more. But the ones that are passing on the ground now, or on land now, this will be your military health services. So the first one that you just saw, it was the helicopters, which are also made up of the Roy Falk helicopters that are operating from Bloemfontein. So we are going to see about 3 more formations of the Air Force. Hopefully we keep our...
That was one Roy Falk, and what we were expecting was to be 3 Hawks.
No. That one, it's a combat formation. It's going to be the last one. So the first one was just the helicopters. So out of that helicopters was about, I think it was about 3 Rifles, which are your, support, attack support helicopters, and then with one, and then. So now this is another second formation. This will be your Cessna, there she's talking about it. So this is your CASA formation. This is what is coming. So now there is a Cessna 208 caravan aircraft, and then that they're coming. So that's exactly what is happening now. So it's the second formation of the Air Force. You'll have the third one, which is the jumbo formation, and then you're going to have the last one, which is your combat formation. So that one, that is the one that will include the Gripens and the Hawks.
Coordinator and training coordinator for the squadron. Co-pilot is Captain Peter John Leo Kobi, and the airload master is President Pasha Ramajela. In Cessna 208 caravan number 1, we have Major Dani Malan and Major Tembane Pama, and the second one is flown by Major Chaplain Tlapo and Major Under Rhodes.
We just heard the mention of the Cessna 208 caravan aircraft, and that is a light battlefield support aircraft, I understand, Captain, and it's also utilized in the training of basically a junior transport pilots within the South African Air Force, and it's from 41 Squadron based in the Air Force base in Waterkloof. So the Cessna 208, I understand, is extensively used in transporting troops to the jumbo formation.
So now this one was actually the jumbo formation. With the Air Force, there's something about speed, which is one of those distinguishing. While we're still trying to talk, I mean, they were already gone. So speed as well. So that's why it will speak even in a context of war. So Air Force would come in and go out, and then they're done. By the time you just wake up, then they're done. So now there's the combat formation. The Gripen and the Hawks. 1 Gripen and 3 Hawks. Yes. So that was your combat. So now we were talking about your Cessna, and all that. Some of the light aircraft that are actually used for junior officers in training. It's very important. Remember, the essence of the Air Force is to be up there. So the pilots, they need to spend time. This is why, as well as when you have equipment that actually works, even the people that we're training will speak to the quality of training. They can spend more time at flying as well. So, but we irrespective
you can't
of
have an Air Force that's
exactly
not trained. You can't have whether it's our troops on the ground or at sea,
yes,
or in the air.
Yes, and irrespective of how resource constrained we are, the quality, because this takes a lot of training. And the people that are doing this are definitely qualified. The quality of training that we put in, with the limited resources, we are making sure that what you get to see, these are the people that you can have confidence in, that they are able to execute the task for which, they've actually volunteered and have taken up service as well. And yeah, that's just that. It's just that. Yeah, I think now, like I said, the Air Force, we saw the Air Force now. I think we are about to be nearing the end, and as far as this mechanized part is concerned. Yes, so what you will be seeing now, it is the ceremonial company and the military band coming back as well. Remember, it's almost like there's a way when you greet somebody when they come, and there's a way that you greet them when they're about to leave. So the president cannot just leave without getting another salute now. So we are nearing the conclusion of whatever is going to happen. So you're going to see the Guard of Honor, mainly from the National Ceremonial Guard, coming back to be able to pay the last respect, to the Commander-in-Chief just before he can actually withdraw from the podium. So in an essence, the day was we needed to show the different capabilities of our arms, our services, Army, Air Force, Navy, and military health as well. And then I hope, the viewers did see. It's always nice audio-visual when you get to when you get to see and hear about that as well.
And I mean, in terms of South Africa's ranking, in terms of military strength, I mean, for a layman such as myself, one would look and think this seems to suggest, that all is well. But we spoke about under-resourced. We spoke about there is not enough. I get your point.
You know, Griselda, one of the nice things about the military in their construct or design, let me put it this way. It doesn't matter how resourced you are. You know, resources sometimes are irrelevant. Your existence is what supersedes everything. You should be in a position to defend the republic. So we are in a position to defend, whether, you know, we would love to have more resources as well, you know. So when you do Armed Forces Day, you get to do a little bit of capability. This is where we are talking to that perception. We are talking to issues of capability. I mean, with the amount of prime mission equipment that you saw here, what is your impression? What do you think? Do you think that we can hold our own? You know, you saw the speed with which those fighter or combat formation just passed here. We couldn't even talk over them. Then they were just gone. Is that we can hold our own, but we would still love and advocate for more.
And you spoke to that a little bit early on, because I mean the decline in the South African National Defence Force, largely is budgetary. You know, with these smaller allocations that the president allocated to, as well as the dysfunction of one of the main suppliers of weapons maintenance, as well as technical services. There are also problems of structure that was developed post-democracy, which is no longer fit for purpose. Let's talk about that.
You know, exactly. This is where, when we were speaking to the issue of modernization, you know, so you need to constantly, adapt. Adaptability is one of those elements that we also ascribe to the military. So as things changes, as everything changes, there's no way that the landscape of South Africa can change without the defense force not being affected, whether directly or indirectly. Like I said, we do not exist in isolation. We are part and parcel of the country as well, and we are also an extension of the politics. That's why even our authority is a civil authority. So every decision, in a way, directly or indirectly, to varying degrees, then would affect us as an organization. So as we change, the nature of threats change. You need a defense force that is recent, that is modern, and that is alive, that can adapt and be able to deal with the current threats that they are faced with. And this is exactly what should be happening, and we are constantly doing that as well, because there's a feedback mechanism as well. We benchmark with other countries as well. We do a lot of exercises as well. We even send some of our soldiers or sailors to other militaries for education, to learn what they're doing. So constantly we are trying our best to make sure that with what we have, we remain relevant, because you need a South African National Defence Force that is relevant and alive to the challenges that you're faced with.
But I mean, if we talk about, funding that hampers some of this, I mean, for example, within the South African Navy, I mean, the lack of funding basically limits the fleet's time at sea. And I mean, with that, patrol vessels, for example, might not be able to do what they need to do. Because of some of these severe issues relating to funding, you cannot have the fleet at sea for as much time as you may need it. Let's just look at that aspect if we talk about the South African Navy.
I mean, definitely. And in as far as the challenges that the Navy, or by extension the South African National Defence Force, is faced with, they've been ventilated and documented in the public discourse as well. Now, if I were just to borrow a concept, just for a better understanding, it would be like if you've got a vehicle, you've got a car. Yeah. At some point, you need to service it, and the more you service it, then longevity as well. You could have longevity, and then if your car or your vehicle is serviced well as well, it could be able to perform to the optimum level that you want it to be. So the same is true with the ships as well. Ships are thinking about 15 or 20 years or so, they need to go mid-life upgrade, because some of the systems in as far as technological development is concerned might not be speaking to the current changes. There could be a lot of things that have developed. So you need to be upgrading it. You need to be servicing it. So a lot of these things, equipment, then it needs money, and then money also being there, you need also a system that works as well.
And especially if South Africa is going to be involved in, I think it was last year that President Cyril Ramaphosa had authorized, I think it was a year-long extension, you'll correct me if I'm wrong there, to the Southern African Regional Economic Community. That's the maritime security tasking. off, I think it is the East African coast, if I'm not mistaken, Operation Copper, I think, which started in 2011 with 3 SADC countries, that was Mozambique, South Africa and Tanzania, as participants in anti-piracy tasking, following the hijacking of fishing trawlers in the Mozambique Channel. It's not just about in Mozambique. Anti-piracy that has been a huge problem for East African countries. So for South Africa to also be part of that, it's an extension or a relationship between these SADC countries where, in a nutshell, it goes back to what we've been speaking about of safety and security, peace and security issues on the continent as a whole.
And that is true, because what also you need to understand is, we exist in this time where we exist, globalization. What happens in your neighboring, whatever, it can affect us. Something that happened between Russia and Ukraine could affect us directly or indirectly. So the world does not exist in where you can just be aloof or not pay attention to what is happening to your neighbor, or to the rest of the world or particular region, because you are affected by what is happening. So now, collaborations with other countries, it is very important. Us having an interest, what is happening in Mozambique, what is happening there, because some of the problems, if they're not solved there, where are they coming? They're coming to us as well. So now, the government is doing a lot in as far as that, because we are an extension of the national, the government as well. We will go wherever we are needed. But it is true that what is happening in one region definitely affects other regions as well. So whether it could be a price of fuel or oil because of something, and then it translates into so many things as well. So we need to be mindful of what is happening, and this is why there are forums, exercises with other nations in as far as whatever is the Indian Navy, whatever Navy, where we say we come together, because at some point collaboration, when we are faced with similar threats as well. So as we deal with them, it would be proper or better place viable for us to collaborate, benchmark with other people and say, hey, we are facing the same similar situation. How are you doing just to deal with that as well, so that we can learn from them, and then where we can also impart some knowledge. But globalization, community, collaboration, nobody can just do it on their own.
Thank you very much, Captain. I think let's remind the viewers once again, for somebody who might have just joined us, the commemoration of the sinking of the SS Mendi in 1917. This is Armed Forces Day here in South Africa. The sinking of the SS Mendi back then, remaining South Africa's greatest wartime maritime disaster, still referred to as that, when about 10,000 men from the South African Native Labour Corps would work behind. Let's just get a sense of what we are seeing now.
I think this might be a display, maybe which the South African Air Force might be going to do. Let's just see the direction. If they're coming this way, there might be a display added there as well. The Air Force, maybe it's not done showing off. It's not done just showing the country. It's good when they spend more time just in the sky as well, because as we can see, this day, it's all about that. I'm sure you can also hear a bit of sound as well. It's your guard of honor coming back just for that last salute.
Is that the final salute before
the podium? Yes. So we were coming to the SS Mendi.
Oh yes, we were talking about the SS Mendi, and in fact we did say, for those who might have just joined us, wondering what all this is all about, the sinking of the SS Mendi back in 1917, I had indicated, of course, that if you might not know what all of that was about, you'd recall that back then, with the difficulties in getting supplies to the front line, it was the British Parliament that requested South Africa, the Prime Minister then, to send about 10,000 men from the South African Native Labour Corps to work behind the front lines in France. So, despite, the many concerns from many quarters about arming, a contingent, there was a black military contingent and thousands had volunteered. We're talking about the South African Native Labour Corps. And after arriving in the UK, the SS Mendi left, I think it was Plymouth, bound for Le Havre, on the 17th of February in 1917, and at 5 a.m. on the 21st of February. The SS Dao, a far larger ship which was running with low lights but failed to blow the horn to alert others to her presence, basically hit the SS Mendi at full speed straight down onto the starboard side of the ship. That initial collision killed many. And of course, we're talking about now the 646 members of the South African Native Labour Corps who volunteered to be at those front lines. That is what this commemoration is about today, something we should not forget. And this, of course, what you're seeing on your screen is part of the final salute to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Griselda, if you can remember, just before the parade started, so what you saw, it was the flag company, you had the band coming, and then you had the guard of honor coming back. So that was a precursor that the parade is about to commence. So now it's about to conclude as well. Other activities are done. The very same people that actually opened the parade, now they're back for, for the closure of it, or just as we're about to complete, just to pay those, the final compliments to the Commander-in-Chief before he can actually withdraw from the podium as well. Also, if you look at the conditions or the circumstances within which this tragic incident happened as well, it also speaks with the conditions within which we operate as well. Visibility, fog as well, that even when you add all those elements, they add to a bit of danger that we need to be practicing or training to be dealing with, as contending with, as well as we are doing. And there's something about people volunteering themselves, even to extend where they are not afraid. There's bravery even to lose their life, and this is what we are all about.
We saw those lines, the lines that people wanted to volunteer. I spoke to quite a number of young people a bit earlier on, and I think they were just inspired by, it's been a week of showcasing in this area, and some of them want to enroll within the Defence Force. Some of them want to be in the Air Force. Some of them want to. So it's not just about showing off.
And that is true, because, when I spoke about an element of us representing, each place, each country, each section, I think it would be a miss for me not to say I hail from Free State, a township outside Bloemfontein and Tabancho, Botshabelo, which I'm flying the flag. So you're also there as well. So everyone is part of them. Even what we did as well, there are people that are from this area as well, that have joined, that from areas. People are seeing their cousins, their relatives, neighbors, and all that stuff. So this is why when we say the SNDF is the public, and the public is the SNDF. So now we are heading to a part where the ceremonial company is back, the military band is there as well, and the guard of honor is there. So what's going to happen is going to be the national salute, a national anthem, and then the president would actually be withdrawing from the podium. So it's the last salute. We're at that point.
Let's just pause a little bit for that.
September 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are reminded to remain seated for the withdrawal of the podium group and until the National Ceremonial Guard has marched off.
And that will be the end.
All right, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Cyril Ramaphosa, withdraws from the podium, earlier on speaking about, those who volunteer to serve, our soldiers who serve, you see absolute discipline and courage, referring to them like those men, the 664 men on the SS Mendi, who perished back then in 1917. The president, of course, speaking about not just them being commemorated here, but of course at the Dalvour Wood Memorial in France. I mean, the story of the SS Mendi, he says, defines heroism and African contributions to the global history. So that's part of, in totality, what today was about. As you see, many of the guests withdrawing, and so in front of you on the television as well, we see the ceremonial company and the military band that was deployed here withdrawing from where they are now. Captain, your final words?
Thank you so much, Griselda. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor. Like I said, what we wanted to do was to showcase the South African National Defence Force, bring it to people that wouldn't necessarily have an access to that as well, and create a platform where they can interact with men and women in uniform and get to see part of our prime mission equipment and know our capability, so that we can be a legitimate SANDF, which they are proud of, because ultimately we are the people and the people are us. So thank you so much.
And I dare to say, I salute you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. On commentary for us here at the SABC, incredibly insightful. I think you at home may have learned as much as I have today. And thank you very much indeed. From the South African Navy was Captain speaking to us here, Theo Mabina. Thank you very much, Captain Theo Mabina from the South African Navy, who's been on commentary for us. Ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers at home, thank you very much indeed for joining us for 2026, the commemoration of Armed Forces Day. Let's never forget what happened back in 1917 with the sinking of the SS Mendi, with the 646 of our troops, the South African Native Labour Corps, perishing in what has been described as, or remains, South Africa's greatest wartime maritime disaster. From myself, Griselda Lewis, and the team, all working behind the scenes here as well, having put together this production, thank you very much indeed. And that's where we'll leave it as the team on the ground here on SABC News. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.